To start the video off, we thought we'd have a little fun here, put all three choppers together, filling one truck. Of the three machines here, two of these are the Model 980, the other one is a 990, and it will not take long to fill a truck at this rate. This field here is a 600-acre field they are chopping in. This corn here was planted on 15-inch row spacing. This was actually custom planted by a friend of mine, Jason Breyer, who I've done some videos with in the past. He plants all his corn on 15-inch, and I've had some videos of him on my YouTube channel showing corn with his Calmer head that is on a 15-inch row spacing. They don't always run all three choppers together. However, this field is just a few miles from the dairy. It's a big field, so they got the three choppers running here. They got 6 tractors back at the farm on the silage pile, 3 with blades, 3 packing, and then they got a total of 14 trucks running to keep that crop moving from field to farm.
Morning, weird chickens. Hey, Mike, what were you doing down in the cornfield? I think we might, maybe, start harvest today. But first, ranching chores, which consist of opening this door. Come on out. Come over here and finish your pumpkin guts. Isla did a whole bunch of pumpkin carving. Finish them up. Got two ladies making breakfast for us. One over here waiting. All right, I'll leave you alone. Morning, Larry. Morning, Chicken Jockey. It is potentially going to be the hottest day that I've ever harvested anything. We are supposed to have a high of 87 degrees today, which is unbelievable for this time of year for us. It's just what we need to help dry the fields out a little bit because we've had so much dang rain all summer long. Plus, of course, it helps dry our corn down. So right now our corn has reached maturity, and the longer it stands in the field and the more heat we get, the more it dries down. And that for us means easier harvesting conditions. It shells off nicer, it flows easier, in and out of the trucks and everything easier. Plus it doesn't cost nearly as much to dry down. There go the ducks. Onyx's mallards. They get up every once in a while and they circle the yard. They're totally free range, by the way, but they don't leave. And they're real mallards. They just hang out in the yard. And they'll get up and they'll make a couple laps around the yard and then they land back in the backyard and they graze around all day. If we start today, which I think we probably will, it's going to be a bit of a slow start because we've got a new combine that's never seen the field. We've got a new header that's never seen the field. We've got some new technology in that machine, the new combine, so it isn't like we're just taking a new combine that's exactly the same as the old one, but there's some new stuff in there, probably some calibrating, who knows what all, but it'll be a slow start to get everything up and rolling before we get familiar with it. The dogs and I are gonna go check out the bean field that I hope goes today. It's only about a mile up the road. If this one doesn't look ready to go, we've got another one 5-6 miles north, but I'm really hoping this one goes because it's just always nicer to start everything close to home in case you need tools or you got to run back to the shop, whatever. They're a little bit ugly. This end of this field is always wet. We've got iron chlorosis problems, which allowed the water hemp to come through. You can see the green leaf areas there where the beans have not completely finished off yet. A little bit nicer when I walk out here, but overall, I don't think we're gonna have an average.
Come, sweetheart. Come
Morning, little ones. Whew. You guys are going outside today, that's for sure. Ugh. What's everybody doing? Morning, Molly Murder Mittens. Hi. How are you? Did you have a good night? Good morning, large white farm dogs. Hey guys, how you doing? How you doing? Hi. Sit, 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 sit. Abby, sit. Behave yourself. You gotta behave yourself. You gotta be patient. I know you're excited to see me. It's a good brand new day. We've got so much farming to do. Come on, settle down, settle down, settle down. Come on, Toby. Inside. Let's go. Come on.
Average bean crop, I think, will be below. This is an ugly spot in this field for sure. Ish. Part of it. Not every field is awesome. But are they dry enough? It's early. Beans are always a little tougher in the morning. But these ones are not. They would go right now. There's no dew. There's a breeze, plenty of sun. Yeah. They would go right now. So the question then is, do we grind through these green spots and blend them off? Or do we go to the other field? And if we stay here, the next question is, do we put them in our bins or do we take them to the elevator? You know, honestly, by the time we'd get up here and have a couple of semi trucks full anyway, we got plenty of time to decide and see what they really look like. You two still here? Looks like it. Just staging it for a quicker getaway when Dad gets here. If you listen closely, you'll hear the German Shepherd start up with the combine. I hate to do it, but I'm gonna. I don't want to sit on this all day. I want to sit on that. But I'll leave this one. I'm gonna spend a minute here going through some of the automatic settings that I know about. So I'm gonna open up the grain tank. And if I go up here, I've got my harvest automation settings right here. So I've got my ground speed, which I currently have off. That's gonna predict the yield and the throughput and change the speed. I've got my harvest settings. I have
for this video. If you would, go down there, hit that like button, feel free to leave a comment. If you're new to my channel, I would appreciate if you would hit that subscribe button and check back often. I'm always filming, editing, uploading new content. If you want to see more of what I'm doing, you can follow me along on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok at Farmhand Mike. As always, thank you for watching, and I'll catch you on the next video.
Молодец. Молодец. Еще? А все теперь.
Сейчас, еще один раз.
Ага.
Is also a leading peach producer, with California accounting for around 75% of the national yield. In 2023, the US harvested around 1.4 billion pounds of peaches, most of which were consumed domestically. Instead of using machinery, farmers often harvest peaches by hand. This manual process requires careful handling to prevent damage to the fruit. Farmers use ladders to reach peaches at the tops of the trees, ensuring the fruit is picked before birds or small mammals get to them. The avocado harvest in Mexico is at its peak. Located in the heart of Mexico's volcanic belt, these avocado trees thrive and produce high yields. Harvesters use poles to pick avocados directly from the trees. During the process, farmers are careful to avoid bruising the fruit. Quality control is maintained throughout the avocado's growth and harvesting stages. If an avocado falls to the ground, it is not eligible for export. This rigorous process has allowed Mexico's avocado industry to flourish. In 2024, the country's avocado production is forecast to reach 6.1 billion pounds in order to meet export demands. Long poles with attached blades are used to harvest coconuts from tree tops. Farmers aim these poles at mature coconut clusters, applying force to cut the clusters from the tree. In some coconut plantations, canals are dug between the rows in order to catch falling coconuts, reducing.
Oh, that's cold soil. I like it. Where's my hand? There's my winglet. That's plenty down there. I have concluded that I'm 8.5 to 9 inches deep, and that's exactly what I have it set for here. So I'm gonna go back. I personally think 8 is fine. I thought my closing looked plenty deep. I thought my discs looked plenty deep. I'm gonna save that setting and try that. 4.5, yep. Made a couple other small changes, got everything dialed in, and I think we got our GPS working well. Look at that. I think we're in business. Hi, Ree.
Hi.
Are you interested in a tractor lesson here in like 30 minutes?
Sure.
We'll be just right by the house, so I can come get you.
The transmissions.
Let's go see if tillage will go with this thing. So all of my hydraulics here are set to auto. That's what I need. Except that one, that's the wings I just put down. Okay. Everything's on auto. I'm gonna go to my true set page. These are the numbers I'm starting with. We'll see what it does.
The pods have fully developed. Harvesters use underground blades to uproot the entire peanut plant. At the same time, the harvester incorporates a shaking mechanism to remove soil clinging to the peanuts. Once uprooted, the plants are inverted and laid on the rows to dry under the sun. It usually takes 2 to 4 days for the peanuts to reach optimal dryness. At this point, a peanut picker moves through the field, gathering the dried plants onto a conveyor system. A rotating mechanism separates the peanuts from the vines and leaves. Finally, a screening system sorts the peanuts by size. Now let's head to Iran, one of the world's leading producers of pistachios. The peak harvesting season typically occurs in September and October. Harvesting machines grip the tree trunk and shake it, causing the pistachios to fall. Operators can adjust the shaking intensity to avoid damaging the trees. The fallen pistachios are caught by automatic collection trays placed around the base of the tree. This minimizes ground contact and keeps the nuts clean. Mechanical harvesters often feature built-in systems to separate leaves and twigs from the nuts. The pistachios are then transferred onto a conveyor belt for preliminary sorting directly in the field. Massive machines move across large coffee plantations in a short amount of time, ensuring the coffee is harvested promptly at its peak ripeness. As the machine moves through the rows of coffee plants, vibrating components are adjusted to gently shake the coffee branches. This process causes ripe coffee cherries to fall off the plants. This machine is designed to target only ripe cherries.
Does not look too deep. I'm going to adjust that in here, add a little depth to this, get a little bit of speed going so things can settle out the way they should. And I'm going to stop right there and go check it. First glance, the disc blades are plenty deep. I don't know why that end one is so deep. But the middle ones aren't quite like that. Okay, levelers, plenty deep. Baskets, it's not doing a bad job, but everything's maybe deeper than I want it.
Mechanical harvesting is often more cost effective, and it is well suited for large vineyards located on flat land. When using a harvester, the grapes may become cold more quickly than when picked by hand. These machines are often equipped with lights to support harvesting at night. This helps farmers to shorten harvest time, especially during peak periods. If the grape stays on the vine for too long, it will quickly spoil. Although machinery supports almost all harvesting activities, farmers often check before operating the machine. They must ensure that the machine has enough fuel, all the lights are working, has good tire pressure, as well as to ensure that the brakes are working properly. They will also check for any hydraulic leaks and make any necessary repairs. Similar to grapes, farmers use peanut harvesters to harvest peanuts. This can effectively save labour and reduce labour intensity. Jobs that usually take days or even weeks as manual labour can now be done in a few hours. However, during harvesting, there are some higher requirements for adjusting soil parameters. In wet soil areas, mechanised operations with high resistance and high power consumption will easily remove impurities. To start harvesting, farmers use a peanut digger to go through each row. The machine is equipped with a blade to cut roots from the lower part of the plant. The rotating spikes on the machine dig into the soil and invert the plant so that it is lined up on the ground. The peanuts face to the side. Peanuts can be left in the field for a few days to dry. When the moisture content is about 10%, it's time to collect them with a combine. The harvester passes by, and the peanuts are quickly transferred to the back door by rollers, keeping them from sinking into the soil. A vibrating screen is designed to help remove impurities as soon as the peanuts are collected on the machine. Machines help to remove peanuts from the vines and also help to remove extra dirt from the peanuts. As the combine passes through the rows, it blows the peanuts into a container.
I'm gonna run a new flag out to a tile inlet we have in that field, check the dryer, go grab Rhiannon, my oldest daughter, and bring her down, get her going in the tillage here. I don't know, she doesn't like the camera that much, so you may not get any of her on camera. We'll see. Stay. I guess we'll test it. There we go. New flag to go with this old stick we have there. And I also brought a couple of inlets with to choose from. I'm pretty sure it's an 8-inch. We got our standard cages here. Or we got this one that looks real silly, but it's actually designed to let the water in and make sure you don't get leaves or residue in there, and hopefully not soil as well. It's just the water going down into that intake. I tried the special one. The problem I run into is that this is for an 8-inch pipe, which I thought that was, but it's not. It's a 6-inch. And it's got some damage to it on top of that. So that'll do. I'll save the special goofy one for an 8-inch pipe that needs it. Before I could get Rhiannon going on things, I got interrupted to help these guys change fields. It's kind of my job lately. It's just doing everything else, which I don't mind, to be honest with you. I like getting out and about, stretching my legs and staying busy. I really don't mind being the guy that nobody sees, kind of just keeping things moving. There she goes. boys a while to get the first truck with taking out end rows, and now they're coming fast. I don't know if I'm going to keep up to them. Okay, Scott's off with that one. Been a lot of running. He got the third semi all fixed up and going. He's going to see if he can keep up with one truck. I'm going to get the ripper running after I make sure the dryer's doing what it's supposed to do. Chicken jockey, you want some corn? Fresh out the dryer? Come here. He'll find it. He won't let me get too close to him. He hid under the other tree. It's always nice to pick up some of this dryer chaff before it gets rained on, because it gets a lot heavier once we get rain on it. We do have rain coming in about 3 or 4 days. So as long as we have the means to do it, it's nice to pick it up while we can, kind of as we go. Stuff is really flying around here today.
With minimal damage. Now let's visit the pineapple fields. Around 85% of the world's pineapples come from Asia, with China, Indonesia and the Philippines being the top producers. During harvest time, farmers typically begin early in the morning to avoid the midday heat, ensuring the pineapples retain their freshness. As the truck moves slowly along the pineapple rows, farmers follow alongside, placing freshly packed pineapples onto the vehicle's conveyor belt. The fruits are carefully stacked into crates for transport to packing facilities. This method saves time and effort, reducing the need for manually carrying large quantities of pineapples from the field. Now it's time to savour the delightful taste of citrus fruits. The citrus harvest season in Texas typically takes place from November to January each year. The best time to harvest is in the early morning or late afternoon when the weather is cooler, reducing stress on the trees. Farmers use harvesting baskets and ladders to pick fruit from tall citrus trees without the need to climb them. Before picking, farmers inspect the fruit to ensure that it's ripe. Ripe citrus fruits have a taut, glossy skin and a distinctive aroma. Once the baskets are full, the fruit is transported to the nearest collection point and emptied into large containers. In addition to citrus, the United States is minimizing the collection of unripe ones. Harvesting machines play a crucial role in the growth of the Brazil coffee industry. The country is expected to produce 66.3 million bags of coffee for the 2023-2024 season, accounting for nearly 40% of the global supply. Did you know that the world produces around 105 billion pounds of onions annually? On average, a person consumes nearly 14 pounds of onion per year. India is the largest onion producer, with an annual output of 58,000 pounds. Indian onions are famous for their distinctive spiciness and year-round availability. Onion harvesters are equipped with a square-shaped rotating shaft that moves counter to the harvester's direction. It operates below ground, loosening the onions from the soil and preparing them for collection. As the rollers lift the onions onto the harvester, they are placed onto a conveyor belt with small holes to remove excess soil and onion leaves. The onions are then transferred into a container attached to the harvester. This process ensures a large harvest yield.
Sounds like the boys need a truck. We're just working right over there, so pretty close by. And they're taking out end rows, which is always slow, so they left me here to work on the 9570. Scott is working on that brake cylinder, reservoir, tank, canister. I'm gonna go ahead and fire up this beast before I take off. There's about a half an hour, maybe 40 minutes of dry time in the wet bin, so by the time I get back in 20 minutes with another truck, I may as well have this thing running. a while to get going. Check oil and everything, top everything off with diesel, fix all the little things that broke the day before. It takes some time. There's always a couple hours worth of random stuff. You wish you could ride with them, huh? Anna would follow Onyx everywhere if she could. I'm gonna check a couple of things on this bin and stay here until they bring me enough corn back to get the dryer started. Throwing a new fuel filter on the 9570R just because it's got a few hours on it here while I'm waiting to bring a truck to Grandpa, or Dad, and Onyx. And I might have messed up this connection. Oh, that's the same thing that happened yesterday. That's great. It threw a fault status at me yesterday when I started it, and all I did was nothing. And it fired right up the next time. Just got to reset the system and start over. Oh, come on. It can be fussy. Can I do it? Can I do it? it running. Just kind of had to get mad at it.
That'll work good. I'll be pulling 2 minutes, I think.
We're running it on full automation with everything. Uh-oh, how did that get in there? Whoa! I'll take that. This is more of that same 92-day maturity corn. We're gonna get into some 93-day stuff today, but this was planted several days later than the stuff we've been harvesting, so this is good. She's not much for the camera, so we just did it all without any YouTube. But there she goes. She's good to go. She's gonna finish this field now for me. Between the kids and all the automated stuff coming down the pipe, I can pretty much just go hang out in Florida somewhere. My work here is done. It's been a fun career. I hope you dogs are watching that sunset. We got a leveling disc not moving.
Therefore, ploughing increases porosity, which is essential for the circulation of water, oxygen, and other organic matter. At the same time, it reduces the activity of parasitic animals that hinder plant growth. All of these benefits can be delivered without increasing fuel costs and without causing a major impact on the environment. Conventional ploughing rarely exceeds 20 centimeters. Meanwhile, deep ploughs can plough to a depth greater than 50 centimeters. Deep ploughing changes soil structure and drainage. At the same time, it restores the ideal structure of the soil. The plough turns the soil over and leaves space on the surface for a new field where there was none before. Similar to a shallow plough, it also supports the birth and growth of new plants in the future. In fact, the plants will be able to find suitable space to grow its roots. Additionally, deep ploughing tends to provide better control of many perennial weeds than shallow ploughing. Grasslands harvested per hectare provide at least 85% of the profits for most farms, and this is the cheapest form of feed. Machines were developed to maintain and harvest abundant grass in the spring and summer. At the same time, they create high productivity of quality green forage. Farmers can use simple bar mowers. They use a reciprocating knife. Meanwhile, rotary mowers use rotating discs to harvest quickly. After cutting, the grass is collected on trucks and brought to the farm, meeting the fresh food needs of livestock. During the summer months, grass grows vigorously and is often harvested by livestock farms. Warm, dry weather is the ideal time to harvest grass for silage. Farmers can leave grass in the field for several hours until it withers. This reduces the humidity. The grass is then collected and piled in a pile in the farmyard. These machines
синий цвет?
Писай.
Это синий. А это черный. Теперь черный.
Пей.
Так, разбираемся, потом нарезать.
It fixed itself. So the first time I came by, this disc blade in right here does some of the leveling job. Was not turning. Yeah, it's a little fussy. She's driven tractor before, but I think it's usually been grain cart. And I believe anytime she's run tillage, she's had either her mom or her brother with her. So I believe this is the first time she's run tillage by herself. It is for sure with that tractor.
compress the grass tightly to remove as much air as possible, or roll it into large bales. Whatever method is used, the fresh grass will be covered with a plastic sheet and sealed to remove as much oxygen as possible. Over several months, the bacteria in the grass will ferment effectively. Harvested grass can also be dried in the field. The farmer will return in a few days, and the hay harvester will help bale the hay. Farmers collect and stack bales with just one tractor, while significantly reducing the pressure on fields from moving heavy machinery. Grapes are delicate and easily damaged by heavy machinery. This is an extremely effective combination. Most commercial harvesters use roller beaters or stem vibrators to remove the fruit from the vine. Their main attack uses a flexible, horizontal twin bar to hit the tree canopy and shake it to make the grapes fall out. In some regions, mechanical harvesting reduces labour costs by up to 75%. Machines move through the grape beds and vibrate the vines so the grapes fall onto the conveyor belt. Once collected, impurities are removed through a series of networks. The amount of grapes collected will immediately be put through trucks to be transported to the processing plant. This mechanical harvesting method is used exclusively for wine grapes. It is estimated that a machine can pick a hectare in about 5 hours. Meanwhile, manual labour can take from 1 to 10 days to harvest the same area. Harvesters can also run 24 hours a day. container and spreads the dry peanut stalks back into the soil. The peanut harvester combines digging, lifting, and reversing operations in one seamless process. It is especially good at not breaking peanuts. The breakage rate is less than 1%. At the same time, its peanut picking rate can reach up to 98%. This saves a lot of labour costs. Not only do people harvest on land, heavy machinery can also work well in underwater environments. Cranberry harvesters help farmers accelerate output and develop production scale. In the fall, we'll see harvesters going through the fields of ruby red cranberries. The harvester has opened up a good direction for this $200 million a year industry. The majority of the world's cranberries are grown in northeastern North America, especially in the swamps of Massachusetts and New Jersey. Cranberry harvest time usually lasts from late September to late October. Farmers will flood the fields with water to prevent them from frost. The water level is around 18 inches. Growers then use water rolls, also known as an egg beater, to stir the water and separate the cranberries from the stems. Each berry has a small pocket of air that helps it to float to the surface of the water. Americans consume 400 million pounds of cranberries annually. The harvester drives through the furrows to stir the water and squeeze the fruit from the stems. It moves very lightly because it is equipped with balloon tires so as not to damage the trees. This is the most labour-intensive part of harvesting cranberries. Berries floating on the water are pushed to the collection point. With the help of a crane, workers pile the small red berries around a pump to suck them up. Finally, the cranberries are loaded into waiting trucks. They are then transported to processing facilities, where the cranberries are processed and packaged.
Your chicken's good for the night? Are you all here? Or... Yep, good to go. Ranching. Well, you two got to go for a good little ride there. That's gonna do it. Scott just brought the last truck in there. Onyx is back home. That cart is empty. Didge is happy as usual. Dad has got the combine parked at the diesel tank. Tomorrow morning we're gonna fill everything up, check everything over, and we're gonna move 10 miles south, take out about 100 acres there. We've got a test plot there, just a field we want to get out in case it does rain, as it sounds like there's a pretty good chance of a little bit. We're gonna knock that out, get it done so that it's done, and then get moved a little back closer to home. So anyway, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
A piston moves back and forth, compressing the collected straw into a compact square tube. Small square bales are neatly stacked on the field. Then they are bundled into larger units using automatic bale collectors. Here's a carrot harvest taking place in California. The harvester begins the process by moving along the rows of carrots. It uses blades to cut the roots of the carrot plants. Immediately after, the carrots are pulled from the soil and transferred into an adjacent truck. The harvester ensures the carrots are harvested correctly without damage, improving product quality and maximizing farmers' profits. It also reduces labor and saves time when compared to manual harvesting. China produces around 31 billion pounds of peanuts annually. Typically, after 120 days, peanuts are harvested when the leaves turn yellow, signaling that the
Pinakalusad.
impact during harvesting. Farmers carefully calculate the force and direction of their pulls. The canals also help with counting and ease of transportation. Coconuts are typically harvested at a soft stage to extract coconut water. Since coconut trees produce fruit regularly, farmers can harvest monthly. This consistent yield helps boost their income and supports the domestic coconut market. Lastly, let's explore mango harvesting in Thailand. The best time to harvest mangoes is in the early morning or late evening when temperatures are cooler. This reduces the likelihood of fruit damage. Farmers use poles with attached nets to catch the fruit and prevent it from falling and bruising. They leave the stems attached to the fruit for better preservation. Mango trees range from 30 to 40 feet in height, making harvesting challenging. Farmers use elevated ladders or equipment to access mangoes on the treetops. On large mango farms, a harvest team usually consists of 10 to 20 people. They pick and sort the mangoes on site. The team works in coordination to ensure a quick and efficient harvest while maintaining a high product quality. Modern farmers have many different equipment options for agricultural activities. From ploughs, lawnmowers to harvesters, and they all meet the needs of livestock farmers and industrial scale farming operations. Now let's go to the fields to see how farmers use heavy machinery. The first is the plough, which is usually operated by a tractor. The plough breaks up hard soil to a depth of 6 to 16 centimeters by cutting, lifting, and reversing the blade. Ploughs come in many different types of blades, designed for a certain type of tillage and soil type. These blades break up soil clumps, making the soil surface flatter and cleaner. It also loosens the soil by turning it over, making seeding much easier. At the same time, it provides space and nutrients for new plants. Usually, ploughing is done at the end of the harvesting process. The purpose of this technique is to remove weeds and remnants of the previous crop, so as not to affect the growth of the plant. In this way, farmers can soften the soil and gradually prepare it for their next crop. Ploughing is one of the most important soil management practices. A new field will be impermeable and lacking in oxygen. Hello agriculture enthusiasts. Today we will explore some incredible moments in agriculture together. Get ready to witness stunning scenes from the harvest season, where the fruits of labour are gathered. Around June or July, when raspberries turn sweet and red, it's the perfect time for harvest. A raspberry harvester moves along each row of raspberry bushes. On both sides of the machine, there are sets of plastic rods that shake the bushes, knocking the ripe berries off the plants. As the berries fall, they land on a conveyor belt. Here, farmers sort them, removing any leaves and unripe fruit. The berries are placed into flat trays instead of buckets to prevent bruising. The green fruits are still on the tree. 2 days later, the harvesters return to the same field to collect the newly ripened beans. Next, we move to the raisin vineyards, where grapes are primarily used for wine production and confectionery. Between mid-August and October is when grape leaves turn brown and wither, and is the ideal time for harvesting. Agricultural machinery, operated by skilled workers, moves through the rows of vines. The machinery shakes plastic rods to dislodge the raisins. These then fall and are collected into the harvester's conveyor belt.
0.25 billion pounds. Wisconsin is the nation's leading state in terms of cheese production, with 3.36 billion pounds. In second place is California, with 2.5 billion pounds. Currently, the United States is also the country with the largest cheese production in the world. The next countries in position are Germany, France, and Italy, respectively. How do you feel about dairy cow care and cheese production in this video? Let us know what you think in the comments section of this video. Goodbye and see you in the next video.
The shaking process also minimizes damage to the vines. The harvesting machines are equipped with essential cleaning features. During the process, leaves and green shoots are separated from the conveyor system. Finally, the high-quality raisins are transferred into truck containers. The sweet corn harvest in California runs from June to October, during the milk stage of the kernels. Corn from this state is highly valued for its freshness and flavour. The harvester's cutting head is adjusted to the optimal height and position to match the crop's height and row spacing. The machine then cuts the corn stalks while its rollers feed them into the harvester. The advent of these machines has been a game changer, significantly reducing the need for manual labour and shortening the time required to clean the fields. In 2023, the United States harvested approximately 340,000 acres of sweet corn. After planting, cabbages take around 75 to 90 days to be ready for harvest. On large farms, farmers use cabbage harvesters to supply the fresh produce market. As the machines move through the cabbage rows, a special blade trims the leaves and roots of the cabbages. After cutting, the cabbages are transferred onto the conveyor belt. During this process, excess leaves fall back onto the field. Workers stationed on the machine inspect and remove substandard cabbages on the spot. A mechanical harvester can replace an entire manual workforce, harvesting dozens of acres per day. This method also helps to minimize the risk of damage to the cabbage. Cotton harvesters are designed to process multiple rolls of cotton simultaneously, often up to 6 rows. This significantly speeds up the harvesting process. The machine's front unit handles all the work. As it moves across the field, rotating metal spindles wrap around the cotton fibers, pulling them from the plants. The cotton is then transferred onto a large onboard container, reducing the need for frequent stops to unload. Modern cotton pickers come equipped with an onboard module system. As the cotton is harvested, it is compressed into large bales, ready to be transported to processing facilities. Now we are at a wheat field in western New York. Tractors and balers work together to collect straw from the fields and compress it into small, square bales. These bales are easy to transport and are ideal to use as bedding material. The square baler gathers dry straw and other materials from the ground and feeds them into a baling chamber.
have that on and terrain settings on. So it should automatically sort of predict or know what the grain is coming in and make adjustments on its own to everything that does all the threshing. So we can put clean soybeans back here as efficiently as possible. But it's not something I've used for a while. So we're gonna get used to that hopefully, and then we'll do the predictive ground speed. Is that what they call it? Ground speed automation, yeah. We'll get used to that a little later. We haven't even started yet, and there's been a change of plans. We're gonna go to a totally different field. And it's about the easiest one because it's right here at home behind the shop. It's got the same variety of soybean in it as that last field I checked on, and they look like about the same as that field, so why not go right at home? We gotta go 6 more feet about. Another 2 feet right there. Maybe just creep an inch.
Is that a new screen? I haven't. Do the tractors have that too?
Yes, this is the Gen 5 screen.
No, that.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah.
I think the new tractors have one like that, but we don't have any that has that. Okay. We saw the dog behind us, so we should be good on the head.
You've never driven a brand new combine, have you? Well, I guess. There you almost broke your first sickle section.
It's pretty tiny.
It was. Do the wind systems come on most of the new headers now from Deere, or did Prairie come out and put this one on?
Prairie came out. Don't you watch the videos on it?
I don't.
Speaking of that, we have to go back. I have to go out and turn the wind system on.
I kind of...
It's not. So I'm gonna unhook this header, bring it home and plan on washing this thing in the morning. Which is not very convenient.
Want me to follow you home in this, or are we just gonna leave this here tonight? Because it's not, you know, we already have enough vehicles to take back.
I think on that cart, get it, you know, you can fill it to whatever you want, but try to get it so you can tarp it, and then you can bring my pickup back. Or are you all good? I'll run this thing home then, put it on the concrete.
Yep, and, I'll do one more hopper here, and then I'll be done for the night. We can leave the cart. No mind, I'll bring one truck home.
All right, I'm parked on the wash pad for the morning. Let this thing cool down a little bit, and then I'll climb around on it and wash a bunch of oil up in the morning. So that won't be fun. And then I got to drive into town immediately after that, because at 10:30 I get a cortisone shot in this shoulder, and that won't be fun either. But once that cortisone kicks in, it's going to be fun, because then I'll have some use of this arm again. Has anyone out there watching ever had surgery in your AC joint? I need it in both of them. Got arthritis in both sides. I was kind of hoping I could hold off on that like another 20, 30, 60 years or so, but it's gotten pretty bad. So I don't know. What's the recovery like? How bad is it? I'm contemplating doing it in December, if I could at this point. Well, a little bit disappointing here at the end, but we got a lot of things moving today. The beginning of harvest is always just kind of slow like that. There's a lot of just moving pieces. There's so many moving pieces to keeping the operation going. So it was slow, but the beans aren't necessarily 100% ready anyway. So kind of like every year, we jump the gun by a couple of days and work our way through, work some bugs out, and we'll get going here. That old bin site will be making noise before we know it. Good night, chickens. 19 of them. That's good. That's what we started with this morning. I always like to check at night. Nobody's lost. That's good. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. Check you next time. See you, bye. Toodles. Farmers Business Network was created by farmers to put farmers first. So join me and tens of thousands of other farmers over at FBN.com, where it's free to become a member. You can get access to their digital insight system. You can get transparent pricing on things like seed, chemical, and animal health, and you can get instant approval for things like ag financing and marketing premiums. Again, it's free to become a member, so join me and everybody else over at FBN.com.
Morning, chickens.
Now, let's go check in with the guys at the silage pile. So pushing the silage, you can see they got the 3 John Deere articulated tractors here with the blades, and then they also have 3 tractors packing. You can see there's 2 Case International 4-wheel drives articulates in the background, and there's a John Deere row crop on the other side there, also packing.
Good girl. Good girl, Abby. Good girl. Good girl, Abby. Good girl. Yeah. All right, I think this is working. Macho Man, I got a surprise for you. Come here, Macho Man. Macho Man, come here. You're gonna like this, man. One or two, depending on how you do it. Hey, Abby dog. Have a good time up here? Saw a deer just scamper through there. You see that? Abby, are you letting deer hang out up here? I mean, it's okay if you are, but wow. Good night, everybody. Hey, what's that duck doing in the pond? Oh, that's not one of my ducks.
These cattle will be transported by truck to the port.
And this is what happens at the harbour. Thousands of cattle will be loaded onto ships and exported to other countries. Hello my friends. Today we are going to dairy farms in the states of California and Texas in the United States to see how caring for thousands of dairy cows and harvesting billions of pounds of milk happens. Currently, the United States is the 4th largest country in the world in terms of dairy cows, with about 9.4 million heads and an annual milk production of 220 billion pounds. After birth, these calves are separated from the mother cow, and the workers here act as their mother. According to statistics of the United States Department of Agriculture, each year about 8 million calves are born, and about 500,000 calves die soon after. In addition, 450,000 cows die in the lactation process. Calves with health problems will also be kept separately for medical care. For the first month of their life, the calves will be kept entirely indoors. Currently, California, Wisconsin, Idaho, and Texas are the 4 states with the largest number of dairy cows in the country, of which California alone has 1.7 million cows. Cows are considered mature when they reach 13 to 15 months of age. Many people believe that dairy cows have a special diet with lots of grains. However, the reality is that more than 60% of dairy feed in the United States is grass and corn silage. Annually, cattle ranchers in the United States consume about 315 million tons of silage. This is the process of harvesting corn silage on a farm in Texas. There are currently 351 dairy farms in Texas with about 600,000 cows and an annual milk production of 15.1 billion pounds. At this farm, dairy cows are fed
fun, we're going to do another split here with all 3 choppers going into one truck as they open up another section of the field. Here, have a camera mounted on the outside of the chopper. She's full. That didn't take long.
and hand the rope up to Dad and tie the pump up in there somewhere, and we'd run it out onto the yard. And that stuff would stink all fall, and it would take us a whole day to get those pits done. This is just an unbelievable time saver. It is a no-brainer. So, Johnson Jetline out of Kensington, Minnesota. I don't know if they want more business like that or not. They do a lot of bigger things than pumping out my pits every year. But thank you guys. Well, I got to have a little snack in the air conditioning, and I picked up a passenger. All right, you hop in the big seat and fire it up. There you go.
Okay, I am empty.
Because the only thing I can change speeds on as of now is by shifting the thing forward.
That is a beautiful sight right there. Well, that's not good. Charge air cooler outlet temperature high, engine power limited. Reduce engine speed. Okay, here's the story. When we brought this machine home from the dealer, it was dry, all good to go. It sat in the shed for a day or two, and when I moved it in the yard, we had an oil leak. A nasty one, a wicked one, back at one of the coolers that sprayed directly into the big fan. Like the big fan. And it sprayed oil on everything. You pick an item on this combine, and it was covered in oil long before it ever got to the field. So we're gonna go back and look at that cooler area. But this is actually the second time this has happened in the last hour. We did our best to wash the 187 gallons of oil off the machine when we got it, or after we had it for a bit. But it is a mess, and what I think is happening is that all the coolers are packed full of oil, and all this bean dust is doing that inside the coolers. See, that's oil. And that looks like we still have a leak. I mean, it looks like it's still coming from somewhere. And to be honest with you, I think the absolute only thing I can do about it is take it home and give this thing a bath in the morning with a hot pressure washer and some degreaser, and then see if it keeps leaking from somewhere. It's gross and frustrating. I think we need to get it home, put it on the concrete, and wash it all out really good tomorrow morning, because it's gonna keep overheating. I think there might still be an oil leak up there because there's a lot of wet spots, but I don't think you'll ever find it until we wash it up and see where the new stuff's coming from.
Okay, do you think we want to drop the head just in the field and take it home tonight then?
Yeah, we gotta bring it home and put it on the concrete.
Okay.
But it's 7:30 at night now anyway, and this thing did it again, so there's definitely an issue of some sort. Could just be a sensor, but it's Got some of the ends off. We're getting some stuff moving here. I finally broke through right through the middle of the field. There's some more uglier green spots through here than I expected. That sample that Dad and Onyx took in was 11.5%, so that's good. But you can see, oh man, that's wet. That's really wet, heavy straw right there. But this is, I did purposely kind of stop in a wet spot here. One of the other things is I don't have the automation on yet. So the machine will automatically calibrate itself and move up and down to match what the beans are coming in, but I just haven't started playing with that yet because everything's new to me. Heavy green straw, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought they might get drier after you got off the enders, but they got wetter.
Right. Unfortunately, we have made the decision after our powwow in the field here that we're going to swing this one up by the truck and park it and take the other machine up and get that one started in the other field north of here, because these beans
Hey, Amanda. How's it going? Come on, back in with everybody else. Let's go, girl. Shame, 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 shame. Kels, come on, Kels, fresh grass, come on. Hey, Kels, come on, Kels, fresh grass, fresh grass. Hey, Kels, come on, fresh grass, let's go. Come and get it. So I don't forget. Yeah, you're a snuggly little bull. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Next week, you're going to get all the ladies. You're going to be so excited. Can't wait. Good morning, Macho Man. Hey, buddy. Hi. How are you doing, pal? Hi. Good to see you. How's it going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Joey Ramone, do you know where Amanda Hugginkiss is? Amanda Hugginkiss! Amanda Hugginkiss! I need Amanda Hugginkiss! There she is, off in the distance. Come here, Abby. Abby, come here. Let loose the goose!
Twice a day, in the morning and evening. In addition, thousands of dairy cows are also massaged. To relax, so that they are always in the best spirit. This also greatly affects the ability to produce milk. Cow dung here will also be cleaned with this machine. We advise that you not eat while viewing these images. If only milking cows with a small number of individuals, this machine will be used. In the US, the average dairy cow produces more than 7.5 gallons of milk per day. If she was only producing enough to feed her calves, a dairy cow would only produce about a gallon of milk per day. When it is necessary to milk cows in large quantities, hundreds of cows will be brought into this factory. They look like spectators sitting at a football stadium. Once the milking process is complete, thousands of gallons of cow's milk are sent to milk. Processing plants or cheese factories. This is what happens at a cow cheese factory. Do you like to eat cow cheese? In 2020, total US cheese production was around 13.
Hey Lil, look. I think this is probably going to be the final cover of the book. What do you think? Good girl.
You just turned into a big old marshmallow on me, don't you, girl?
Your dog's got stinky breath. Were you going 4 miles an hour here?
Yeah, I wasn't even looking at the speed.
Okay. It's clean, the ground is clean, but it looked like you were going slow.
I might have been going slow. I was kind of watching everything else.
Yeah.
Still a few green pods, but I think it's the lower areas that were drowned out all summer. And
yep. That's where the water hemp came through.
Staying 9–10%, then I'll jump up to 14 for 2 seconds and back down to 10.
Sure.
So I think they're dry, but we got green pods in there.
The ground is clean, but they're a little bit dirtier in the tank. Some of that could have to do with just being a ugly area in the field. Nothing cleans as well when you're sending green stems through with it. It's not muddy on top, but it's definitely a little softer here than normal, so probably make sure we don't overheat the trucks too much. move this combine, hey Didge, we are gonna move this combine up to the other field because we think there's more acres of beans up there that will go, so we may as well knock it out. Ten feet, slow down. Well, I had to run back home again. Our pumper truck is here. So for those of you who have been around for a while, you know we got to pump these pits every year. So we've already pumped 2,000 gallons of water out of this one and the truck went full. It's just water. It's stinky water, but it's just water. So they're down around yonder dumping it in the prairie grass. And when they get back, we'll finish pumping that one and move to this one. And once that's all done, then I think I'll go back to combining. Pits are dry and clean. Unbelievable. If you remember back 4 years ago, 5 for sure, we used to crawl in there. I mean, I would physically crawl down in there with a
Okay, hang on. We'll each get a bowl. Don't sweat it. Some for Ginny. Some for Molly. Some for Mr. Pablo.
Currently, most cattle in Texas are considered fully mature and eligible for meat consumption when they reach the ages of 2 to 3 years. In the morning, these cowboys will release their cattle to the grasslands to let them feed freely. According to statistics released in 2020, the United States has about 614 million acres of land used for cattle grazing, in which the state of Texas has a grazing area of 130 million acres, accounting for 21% of the country's area. On January 1, 2022, the United States Department of Agriculture said the number of cattle in the United States was 91.9 million heads. In addition to feeding freely in the grasslands, millions of these cattle are also fed other foods such as corn and grain to increase the quality of their meat. It is reported that the amount of corn and grain consumed by cattle in the United States could be used to feed 800 million people each year.
Figured that the way they were piling up on the thing that it wasn't on.
Well, we made it 30 feet so far. No problems yet, other than I forgot to turn the wind system on. There we go. It's got a wireless box now, so you don't have to hook and unhook any cords or cables or anything. It just Bluetooths up into the cab on the control box. And it's got a solar charger on it, but you don't really want to leave it on for 12 months out of the year.
In 2020, the number of cattle slaughtered in the United States is around 33.3 million heads, and total meat production was 27.3 billion pounds. In the next part of the video, we will go to the cow farms in Australia to see how the process of exporting thousands of cattle goes on there. Each year, cattle farms in Australia export about 1.3 million head, and 80% of that is shipped to China. First, these herders will use helicopters to drive thousands of cattle back to the gathering area. Next,
honestly, that looks a little too clean in there, so we're gonna get out and go see. There's definitely some green ones in there. Usually if it's too clean in the tank, you gotta open the machine up a little bit, because we're probably throwing some back on the ground. I don't know, we'll find out. I'm not seeing or finding any unthreshed pods. Even the green ones are threshed out. Dad's checking back there, but I wasn't really up to speed yet until I got here. Yeah.
Not horrible.
I don't see the head leaving beans out here. What'd you see? I was going a little slower back there.
I thought it looked really good. There were, I saw 4 or 5 thrown over, but I stuck quite an area.
Yeah.
There are a couple more big and swelled up yet. So
I'm getting some of the big swelled ones that I can find on the ground. The tank is really clean.
The tank is?
There's
okay.
like no pods in there at all, so it's even threshing the green ones out because there's green beans in there.
Okay, and the green ones, they go in the bin, they'll dry.
They'll dry, yeah.
Pods that are the worst.
Right. So it's pretty clean back there, probably cleaner than I thought it would be considering it's real clean in there. And I mean, I can't find a bean here from the head, so it's pretty close.
In the late afternoon, thousands of cattle will be driven back to the farm by cowboys to rest and avoid predators at night. This is what happens when these cattle are eligible for meat harvest. Thousands of cattle will be sent to the beef processing plants.
The yield monitor is definitely not correct yet. It's going to calibrate itself and figure things out a little better. Where the beans are decent, they're showing 12%, which is what I would definitely believe. But every time we go through a green patch, they jump way up, which is normal. Well, isn't this kind of fun? That is probably the cleanest sample I've ever seen. The beans look tiny, they look like little BBs. But if we're not putting beans on the ground, we've got a super clean sample back there. Now there's a much more believable yield and moisture. Mid-40s, that's much more of what I would expect out here, especially on the ends right here. The monitor climbs up pretty good in the wet spots, but they're 11 to 13%.
That's what I heard.
And they're tiny.
The guy said 10% green beans in there with it.
Yeah.
Just too warm, too fast.
Yep.
We're not used to that.
They're going to start chattering now.
Not till this afternoon.
Not for a couple hours. But they're tiny. They're little tiny BBs.
That's good. I saw some. It looked like you maybe have been throwing some over in the middle.
Okay.
They were really tiny, the ones that were over.
Really little, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, generations 5 and 7 are gonna go check the moisture on the soybeans and maybe get a semi-truck down here. That is impressive. The stuff you see against the window is always the dirtiest part. I see one pod down there. I sure hope it stays that way for all the acres. Just don't like how tiny they are. We've had way too much rain and our beans hate that. There's some bitter beans, 60-ish. Yeah, I get it, that's not Iowa, Illinois beans, but 60 would make, I mean, we're not gonna average 60. We won't average anywhere close to that, but that's good beans for us. Beans, they're just not quite ready, which is a little odd. You'd expect them to be wetter on the end rows where they were drier, but once we got into the field, they got a little bit wetter. We kind of expected a slow start anyway, so this isn't a big surprise, but it's hard once you get moving to stop a machine, especially when it's 85 degrees and sunny out. From one machine to the next. Yes, it makes it a little bit easier because this way, you know, we're kind of getting one machine started at a time. The other one was the one I was concerned about. We've had this one for a long time. This one should be easy, but I hope I didn't speak too soon. You can sure see across the tops of the fields a lot better from up here. Gives you a little bit better of an idea of what's out there right now. We know we tested some corn here the other day. I'm guessing this stuff's around 28-ish% right now for moisture. So we need the extra days to dry it down. I mean, we'll take it at 28. We've done that plenty of times, but it's not nearly as fun. It doesn't flow as nice. It doesn't thresh as nice. It doesn't dry down as nice. Dad wanted to run his machine, so he's gonna start up with that one. Onyx and I are gonna take this trailer home, probably come back with a Ranger and just make sure things are going good. Look,
Look
chickens.
at the back of that one. Look at how chewed that is.
Just want to make sure you're talking the field right here.
Before you pull in here, Onyx, give me just a minute. I'll open up a little more room for you. There's a third of a load into the new grain cart, so we're empty there. Now I'm going to take off across the field.
Yeah, Abby, I think we're gonna have to do a clean out today.
That is much better.
All right, Toby dog. Nope. Hey, no. Toby, come. Abby, stay. Toby, come. Come on, Toby. It's time to give the newest residents of the farm an inspection. Yeah, they're good, aren't they? Abby, will you be on good behavior and give them an inspection too? Come on. Abby, come. Hey, easy, 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 easy. Good girl, Abby. Good girl.
Well, if we don't keep this dry weather up, we're going to be really battling some wet fields. You can see the tracks I left here, climbing up that hill all the way through. And it's not much of a hill. It's pretty rare that it's wet in there. So we're wet. Grain tank is 3/4 full. Handy little camera. There we go. It's the first dump of the season. Yeah. Oh, look at that.
It's okay. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. It's okay.
We actually got a kitchen in your job.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right. Very good, doggo.
Hey. Do you know my name? Yes, we know your name.
So she's a little bit over. I'm gonna guess she's a she, but yeah, I could be wrong.
Okay.
We're not 2 weeks. We're not holding to it. We're not afraid of a guy. We're not afraid of a girl. It's a little over 2 weeks.
See you later, pal. See ya, buddy. You're going to a good home.
You're living in New Hampshire now.
Live free. I'm gonna live free.
Yeah, you're gonna be hanging out in the mountains.
Oh.
We'll have to figure out what your name is.
Awesome.
I'm just looking at what the camera is for. Look at all the volunteers. This guy, this one right in the middle of my nasturtium, the other one right there by the cucumber. Pretty wild, huh?
Yeah.
Look how good everything is doing. My cabbages and everything are looking really nice.
Yeah, everything's looking good.
My Brussels sprouts. Extra sun wouldn't be bad.
Grazed actually yesterday. They've been here today, and for the evening afternoon graze, I'm just about to move them into this next paddock that you see right here. And strategy that has to go into how you think about moving your animals across the field. Now, you can see it right here, right? This is one of those cow pies I was just referring to. You can already see insects are starting to
Hello my friends, today we are going to some cattle ranches in the United States to see how the process of raising millions of cattle happens. Currently, in the United States there are more than 700,000 cattle ranches. In particular, Texas, Nebraska, Kansas and Oklahoma are the states with the largest number of cattle ranches in the country. The cattle industry has existed in Texas for more than 300 years. As a place with the favourable climate conditions and large grasslands, herds thrive in this state. Currently, in the United States, there are more than 70 different breeds of cattle. The most popular cattle breeds include the Beefmaster, Longhorn, Hereford, and Angus's. Amongst them, the Angus breed is easily the most seen cattle breed in the grasslands of Texas. Every year, about 35.8 million calves are born in the United States, and up to 11 million of them are born in Texas. At birth, these calves typically weigh between 60 and 80 pounds. On some Texas farms, calves will live with their mother for about 3 months before weaning. At the age of 1 to 3 months, these calves will have to go through a branding process. Branding helps ranchers easily identify their cattle when they get lost in another herd whilst grazing in the pasture. Today, many Texas ranchers still use cattle branding in the traditional way to mark their herds, just as they did in the 1800s. It's part of the history of grazing cattle here.
Okay, let's do this. Buckle up, because we're going all the way down to the yard, okay? It's like 300 feet. First stop, the chicken shack. Morning, Cockburn. Morning, Larry. Where's the other one? There he is. Morning, Jockey. Could someone crow for the camera, please? They're too excited about the corn. Apparently they don't like potatoes that much, though. Well, looks like Dad's already fueling the combine. I'll fire up the grain cart. The dryer actually ran empty last night, or the wet bin ran empty, so we were out of dry, or wet corn. We're out of corn to dry, except for the 40,000 pounds that's in this grain cart, which is less than a semi-load, which will go through the dryer in, I think, 40,000 pounds a half an hour. And that happens because the corn is dry enough that we can push it through that dryer really fast. And that dryer was a pretty significant upgrade that we put in last year, so it's just capable of drying the corn that fast. It holds a lot of corn. It's an efficient dryer. We can move it through the air system quickly. We can just push corn through the system faster than we used to be able to do. Which was obviously the purpose of investing in that dryer, because that was our weak spot for a long time. That was the choke point. Watch this handy little trick. When the back hopper gets full, I can just switch it to the front hopper. No big deal. This auger's got a ton of swing. I swear if you park in the middle of the truck like I am, I've got the grain leg spout in the way, but it's almost like you could dang near hit, I mean, you could easily hit 3/4 of the trailer from front to back without moving the tractor.